Hello everyone, welcome back to Rob's Gaming Table. I'm Mel, and today I am going to be painting the final miniature that I need to paint for the Massive Darkness 2 from what we have. I'm going to be painting the boss from the campaign expansion from the Heavenfall box. This is the last one that I need to paint, and then we'll have everything that I currently own for this game fully painted and ready to play. Ninjared, hello! Good evening, Mel and everyone. I'm painting Lizard Archers for Mice and Mystics alongside on my end. That is awesome. That's awesome. I love to hear that people are painting alongside. Oh, I always have this in the thing. Alongside me as I paint, so that's awesome. Welcome, welcome. Hello. Yeah, so as I said, we're going to be painting. This is the final mini that we have for this little Massive Darkness 2 series. This is the boss from the campaign expansion, which the campaign we have started. We played episode 1, which you can find on the channel. We also are playing the second episode on Thursday. That's already scheduled, so you can set your reminder if you want to join in on that campaign. It's a lot of fun. We also did play a one-off. Rob and I played just a one-off of one session just to try out the game, get a feel for how it works and whatever. So that's also on the channel if you want to check that out. I picked up a few things, or a couple things at my local game store, which I'm excited to show you. So when we get down to the table, I can show you that. But what I think we'll do first is we'll go to the mini that we're painting. We'll kind of look at the art and we'll kind of dissect the colors that we're going to need and just kind of get a feel for what the inspiration is for what we're working on today. So this is our boss that we're painting today. I'm kind of just getting a feel for, we got the wings, and it almost looks like we have a couple different layers of colors on the wings. We have the tail, which is almost looks like green on the upper half and maybe either a lighter green or a greeny yellow on the bottom half. We have maybe a goat-like on the top. We have some gold and silver accents. So this is kind of the inspiration that we're going for. Again, I'm not doing the red underlight. A lot of these miniatures, a lot of the photos anyways for this, for the Massive Darkness minis all had this like red light shining from below, and I'm not doing that, just so that we're aware. Also looks like it has some legs and some tentacles or claws. So this is kind of our inspiration. I'm going to have this off to the side. So this is kind of what we're looking at. So we're looking at some greens, some reds, some grays, maybe some bone color, some gold, silvers, all of those accent colors. So let's get down the table. I'll show you the mini, and I want to show you something else that I picked up. So this is the mini that we will be painting today. This mini has been primed in matte white Army Painter primer. This is bigger than the last 2 streams that we've done. This mini is a little bit bigger, takes up like the whole screen, which is awesome. So I'm going to put that on the larger base. And then I'm going to show you something. So when I was at my local game store, so we've been talking offline in the Discord. I was talking to a few other fellow painters, and we've been talking a lot about the shifting paints, the shift color paints. And there was this brand that was recommended, Turbo Dork, and they do have them at my local game store. Now, unfortunately, they don't have those in individual pods. You can only buy them in a set, which is fair, that's fine. But they also had another brand. So Green Stuff makes these color shifts as well, and they come in little sets. And these ones, they had 6 in this set, and I want to say there was 3 other sets. There might have been 4. I didn't count there, but there's a few other sets. Actually, it might actually show in here because I got a little. Oh no, never mind. But these ones I can buy individual pods. So I wanted to pick up. This one had a lot of the colors. I wanted some oranges, some golds. I sometimes like the blue as well for maybe some armor, or I don't know. I like some of these colors. I don't know how much I'll use the purple, but we'll see. I'm sure there's gonna be something in some sort of fantasy that we can try it out. But so I picked this one up. Then what I want to do is once I try a few of these colors, I want to go back and then I can pick up just individual pots if I don't want to pick up a whole other set. But so this is the one that I picked up, and I'm thinking that we might even be able to try this burning gold in place of the gold that's on this mini that's too big and is falling over. So we can try that out. But just to note, so I was kind of reading up on how these color shifts work best. So it says they're best over black. So again, the rest of this mini, we obviously didn't want black. So what I'm going to do is I'm just going to paint with black where I want to try these out. We'll try them out, we'll see what they look like. And again, if I'm not happy with it, I can definitely paint over them in a regular gold color. But I would love to try these. So I was trying to look at this mini, and other than that, I didn't get any greens. I don't think the copper is going to really look good for this mini specifically. But I think we can use the gold for this face here that's gold, and then maybe even the sword handle. We can try it out just to see what this is going to look like. And I'm just excited to try them. So this was the first mini I'm painting since picking them up. So, and then while I was there, I picked up a few paints that I was running low on. So I think in the last stream, we were pretty much out of the shining silver. So I picked up another one of those. And I also picked up, which I hadn't seen before, but this scar tissue color, which is kind of neat. And after painting even this game, there was the one enemy that kind of had its guts coming out, and I used the blood effect, which I could use, but I saw this and thought this might be an interesting color to highlight those guts or blood, or even if I'm painting a mini, maybe I'm trying to think, but nothing that I have right now. But you know, if a mini has like, you could make like cuts on the arms or something, just to look like they've kind of been in battle. So I picked this one up too because I thought this was an interesting color that I didn't have. So obviously I'm not trying this one on this mini, but just to kind of show you guys what I have kind of picked up since the last stream. So wow, that's what a mini. Exactly. Yeah, this mini's huge. I don't know the size of the mini, but definitely a pretty large one. It's pretty light considering. And again, just to note, I think we talked about it in one other stream, but just to talk about it a little bit is I don't clean up like all the mold lines and that. Like I don't clean up all these lines. This one I found had a lot more than some other ones. I know that bothers some people, so I apologize. I'll just try to make it look as good as I can with just paint, but I don't worry about that because again, we're just trying to get this to be table ready so that we can play with it. I'm not trying to put in any kind of competitions or anything. So just so you know that. So I think that is everything that I picked up that I wanted to talk to you about, but I was really excited about these color shifts. And there's some of the different colors. Oh, they do have four sets. So I picked up the metal set, and then there's some other ones that have some greens and purples and pinky blues, and so pretty interesting. So I'm hoping that I can pick up some more after I use them for a little bit and I see what kind of colors I might want to use a little bit more. So that's what I picked up. So Look at Gaming, hello. Pinfold, hello. How long have I been painting minis? It's been probably about the summer, will be about 2 years now. Slow to start in the beginning, and then painting a lot more and more frequently now. So yeah, it's been about 2 years, I would say. And it has been a fun process / experience. And I'm still happy, and I still love doing it, so. Helen, hello. Like an undead with entrails. Yes, exactly. Or if you're doing some sort of maybe like zombie, or I don't know, something with any kind of blood or guts or gore or something, you could probably use that color. Yeah, I just thought it was a neat color, so pick that one up. I always like to look at all of the colors when I go into my local game store. They just have racks and racks and racks of like all the different brands of paints, and I just go through and I just kind of look like one by one, and then every time I go, I'll add a color or two to my paint arsenal of things I think I may need, or I think I might want, or I think back and I'm like, if I had this, that would have been really cool. Or if I'm watching a video of someone else painting, sometimes I'll kind of take a note of, oh, that color looks really neat and I don't have that color, so I'll just note the brand and the color, and then when I go to my game store, I'll pick that one up. So, Staccato, hello, hello. Okay, we can keep trying, but I'm just gonna get started on painting so that we can get this big boss going. And I think what I will do, a lot of little things sticking out everywhere, so we're gonna do our best with this. I think I'm gonna start with, I'm just kind of taking a quick peek. I like to have like an overall look at the mini and kind of see where things are coming from. So I think actually what I might try to do is maybe work on the inside of the mini. So the face, the arms, the body, all of this inside, and then work my way out. So if I'm a little bit not as neat, then that is okay. So it looks like we have kind of a grayish off-white color. And again, we're going to try to use the speed paints mainly for this, mixing in a couple of these color shifts, which I'm just excited to use and I just want to try. And then we'll use some of the regular Army Painter war paints to kind of fill in what we need. So I think we're looking for kind of an off-white grayish color for the skin. Kind of like, I think we'll go with the, oh, sorry, where are we going here? Holy white. I'm going to go with this one, I think. And then it looks like, so that's just for the arms and the chest. And then it looks like the face itself is like a dark fur. And then the horns are kind of like a skeleton bone-ish color, or almost like, yeah, like a bone color. I'm just really mixing this one because this one, if you don't mix it well, it doesn't come out properly because it separates a lot. All right. I'm going to use a small brush for this one. So I'm going to just use a size 1 to try to get into some of the inside here. We'll have to kind of reach around different spots. Actually, it might even be best just to kind of hold it like this for a minute. Oh yes, look, Turkey Me says, does the green stuff color shift say to do multiple thin coats? Yes, it does. It says to do, to paint over. So it says, shake well and apply over black base coat. Semi-transparent paints could also be applied to other base coat colors to achieve different color shift effects. Paint very thin coats till maximum color is achieved. So yeah, we may have to do a couple thin coats. Yes, yes. I'm not sure, is that the same way that the Turbo Dork paints work? I didn't read the, sorry, I just have, I didn't read the back of the box. I just picked it up and looked at it. But there was more colors. I think in the Turbo Dork, it had 5, slightly more expensive than this. This one had 6, and it was a little bit cheaper. So I thought I'll try these ones if they're the same, and we'll see. I'm gonna try my best not to have him slowly like going off camera because he's so big that he takes up the whole screen. Yeah, I'm excited to try these color shift paints. As soon as I got them, I'm like, what can I paint? What can I paint? I need to have just white primed, or in the color shift black primed minis, just to try different things out when I buy them. Yeah, 3 to 5 thin coats. Oh, okay, okay, that's the same then. And I would assume that they're very similar to metallics, where you don't want to put them on wet palettes and you don't want to water them down or anything. You just want to use them straight out of the bottle. Because they look similar to the metal. They are metal, color shift metal, but they do kind of look like they have flakes of, like little flakes in them that would absorb into your wet palette. It looks like on the elbow a little bit, it's a little bit darker. So I'm gonna just kind of leave that. We'll use the same color that we're gonna do the fur on the face. We'll use in that area there. This is very loose, so I keep hitting it thinking I'm gonna break something off. Oh, use a different water cup to rinse off rinse the brush in that. Yeah, that's a great idea. That's a great idea. What I might do, because I only have one cup down here, so if I don't take a break before I need to do it, I'll just do it last. Pinfold says, off topic, but I'm curious if you're planning on streaming any more of the Machina Arcana. I enjoyed watching the last one. That's a great question for Rob. I don't have any idea. We did really, really enjoy the game. And I think in that stream we even said we would like to play some more. I just don't know when that will be. So I can't promise anything, but I would never say never because that was a fun game. Just we're just trying to clear some backlog and clear our queue and get some new games, not necessarily new games, but like new to us, played. We have a pile of games. But that was a fun game. I enjoyed that game. All right. We have all of our gray. And just looking, and it just looks like oh, sorry, again, I'm kind of like shifting off screen. Some of the what looks like leg is coming out down here, which is the same color. So I'm just going to do that while I have it out. This is a cool mini. It has blades coming out of the legs, or what looks like blades. Maybe they're like a claw. It looks like a blade. Okay. I'm just trying to look. I think that these little pieces are actually the same. Maybe I'll just do all of that. I'm just trying to think if I should do all the scales before I do that in case I make a mistake. I can easily fix it before I start getting in. Yeah, I'm going to do that. Before I start doing all these ones along the sides, I'll do all of the scales first, like the whole tail first, so that if I make a mistake, it's easy to fix. Or if I touch the brush by accident. I'll just do this one. Just cleaning up little areas that I missed. Okay. So what I'm going to do, because we want to try the color shift over this face area, and it says best to paint it over black, I'm just going to take a black right now. And right here. Just going to take matte black, and I'm just going to do that now to let that fully dry before we start going over that later. And for this, I'm just going to avoid the teeth and inside the mouth. The eyes are red, but that's fine. We can use a red to cover that if I get it over that, so that's fine. But I'm just going to avoid the teeth and inside the mouth with this black. Is this one of the more complex minis in the game? Yes, I think this is the biggest mini, at least for the base game and the campaign expansion Heavenfall. This is the biggest one. I would probably say this is the most detailed one as well. Yeah, I would say. There were some that were challenging because what I was painting, so maybe like fire, but this one is definitely the biggest one with the most detail, a lot going on. I'm just hoping when we're done that it looks awesome from above. So when we're playing or fighting against this epic mini when it comes out in the campaign. It also has a lot of wiggly pieces, so it's kind of hard to hold on to. I'm just trying to focus, sorry. Just thin the paint down a little bit because it was a little bit thick. That's going on better. Because we're going to paint over this. It doesn't have to be perfect. We're going to do red inside the eye, so just kind of avoiding that as best I can. Okay. Just trying to do the inside here. I'm looking at this mini, and I know it's going to be a challenge is trying to do the base of this mini. Trying to get inside all of these little areas after it's all painted. That's going to be a challenge. Oh, if you want to test the other colors later, get some plastic spoons, prime them black, or paint it black, then put the color shift paint on it. We'll practice an idea of what it's going to look like. That's a great idea. That's a great idea. I don't think I currently have any plastic spoons, but I should definitely do that. Because if I do that before the next stream, we can kind of look at some of the colors and what they look like. It's a great idea. Okay. Let's just do this inside little piece here as well. Okay. I'm hoping that this looks good when we're done. With the color shift, I mean. I'm gonna do a straight line here. Okay. We're just gonna let that dry. That will be where we're gonna put the color shift. I do it on the handle as well. Sure, why not? We have it out. We'll do it on the handle as well. We'll just quickly, this is easier to do. And then I'll just quickly do it on this part as well. So I guess if you were going to use these color shifts maybe on aliens or on an entire mini, the best advice would be to prime it in black. I feel like my hands are not ready. Like, you know, the first few or the first like little bit of painting, like it takes a minute to get the shaky hands to go away and the muscle memory. This looks like a disaster. All right. Okay, we'll let that dry, then we'll start putting some color shift over that in a bit. Oh, you keep your test spoons around for reference if I'm trying to see how a color shifting paint would look with what is already on the mini. Oh, okay. I'm going to do that. That's a great idea. I'm going to try that. I think that's a great idea. Okay, I think what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to start at the top of this mini because of the way that the mini kind of comes out of the base and is huge at the bottom. I don't want to start with the bottom and then be trying to hold it in a certain way. So I'm going to start with the top. I'm going to start with the wings, I think. And looking at the wings, it's almost like they are I'll bring it back up for a minute and we can see. So it almost looks like it's like a darker reddish purple maybe on the first layer, and then there's like maybe a more of a matted red and then more of like a fire red on the top wings. But then it kind of goes the other way on the bottom wings where it's darker in the bottom and then a little bit lighter in the top. So I think I'm going to try to do that. Okay, I think what I'll do is I only have two, I have two reds, but I have blood red or slaughter red. Let me just find, oh, actually right here. So I have blood red and slaughter red, and I think the slaughter red is too much. I think one's gonna fall over quite a bit, I'm sure. I think I'm gonna use the blood red. I can get that to focus. And I also have Fire Giant Orange. And I'm just gonna look at what kind of purples I have because for purples I have two. I have the Hive Dweller Purple or the Purple Alchemy. And I'm thinking maybe the Hive Purple with a little bit of red in it. Or even the red with a little bit of brown in it would also be okay. No, let's do, I'm just guessing at this point. I'm just making up what color I think would go good. So, okay, so I think for the top layer of the wings and then the bottom layer of the second is I'm going to take the blood red and Hive Dweller Purple and just do a little bit of a mix. And I think what I'll do, definitely more of the blood red. I need to do both, so. As I get it all over my fingers. And then I'll just add a drop or two of this purple. We'll see what it looks like once I mix it in this little palette, and then we can kind of keep adding. Okay, I did three drops of purple. Let's see. I'm bring this kind of over. So I think I'm going to do another two, still kind of red. And now it's a little bit more of a darker red or like a purple. So I like that. All right. All right, so I'm gonna go on with a bigger brush. So I'm gonna go with a size 8 for this. The wings are pretty large, so I'm going to put this on all of the upper wings on the top and all of the lower wings on the bottom. Test it on your paper towel after you mix it. See, that's a great idea. Usually what I do is test it on the mini. If I don't like it, I just wipe it off, all right, wipe it off. But yeah, I think Might be hard to see, but yeah, I think I definitely like that. It kind of looks a little more purplish red, so I'm happy with that. And then we'll just start painting this on. It actually might be too big of a brush for this part. Actually, that's all top thing. We can do that. You know what? Yeah, I'm gonna go with. We're gonna go halfway. I'm gonna go with the size 4. Now this may drip down, and if that's okay, if that happens. I actually like this color. Okay. And I like using the speed paints for wings or any kind of fur or anything like that because it definitely fills in all these recesses nicely and puts a little bit of shadow in there by itself. Trying to get in here and not touch the skin that I painted. A lot of detail on this guy. All right. The other side. We were talking in the last stream about how bigger minis are easier to paint. But I don't know, this guy, I think because he has so much detail, a little challenging. Because he has a lot of little doodads everywhere, legs sticking out and everything all over. A little bit harder. And I think this is now the biggest mini that I've, when I'm done, will have painted. I'll take some paint and fix anywhere where I've touched the set below. Okay. Yeah, this color is looking better as it dries, right? When you look at this side, which is a little more dry versus that side. Like this side, when it's wet, it looks a little more red, right? Yeah, I like it. I like it. So what I'm gonna do just before I do the bottom set of wings is I'm just gonna fix a few little dabs of, I'm just gonna take matte white and just fix a few where I kind of let it pull down a little bit. Just so when I do the next set, we'll be good. Infamous, hello, how are you doing? Okay. And that doesn't have to be perfect. And just kind of anywhere where there's a big, like a big error where we'll be able to see. Gary, welcome. Thank you for subscribing. Not much. I think the rest will just kind of blend in. So, okay. So then we'll do the same thing on the bottom wings, but we're going the opposite way based on the image that I'm using. So, how do you feel about this game? I really enjoy this game. Do you like dungeon crawlers? I love dungeon crawlers. Love. And how does this compare to Sword and Sorcery for you? Now, we've only played one like offhand scenario where it was just kind of like a one-off, and we've only played one episode in the campaign. So I cannot yet compare this game to Sword and Sorcery because I have not played enough. I'm hoping after we play a little bit more of the campaign, I will be able to judge better. But I really highly enjoy this game so far. I love dungeon crawlers. Love dungeon crawlers. I will always play anyone to try. I love them. Sword and Sorcery is very good. So this, if it's gonna stand up to Sword and Sorcery, then we have it needs to do a lot. But again, we're gonna see as we play through the campaign in the coming weeks what that's like. But the other thing, I don't know if it'll compare fully to a game like that because this game is a little more, it's lighter, a little more like beer and pretzel, dice chucker, right? Where Sword and Sorcery is a challenge, brain burning, huge game. So far though, I mean, I think we talked about it in our one-off stream, is that we probably wouldn't pull Zombicide off the shelf anymore owning this game. This game is going to replace that for us. And Zombicide was one of my favorite games. So I think what we'll be able to do is once we have played more, we'll be able to give a better comparison, like on how it stacks up to some other dungeon crawlers. But currently I can't really say, but I highly enjoy it. I am having a lot of fun playing it. I found that the campaign was a little more challenging than the one-off scenario that we played, which was good, right? You kind of want a campaign to be a little bit harder. Now, that's hard to say if it was that the scenario was harder or that we were playing 3 players, so there was more enemies and made it feel a little more challenging. Not really sure, but I found it a little bit more challenging. So that's a good thing, because if you're going to play a game, I think there's like 8 sessions that you play in the campaign, you know, you don't want it to be boring and be so easy that you're just every scenario is just like, oh, that was so easy. We just crushed it. I don't want a game like that. Funny now, I'm thinking, do you love dungeon crawlers? Like, I think dungeon crawling, like dungeon crawlers and legacy games, hard to tell which is my favorite mechanic in a game. Or like, what's my favorite? I don't know. Uh, that's fair. Thanks for your input. No problem. Thanks for asking. I love just chatting about random stuff while I'm painting, so it's not so boring for people. Looking forward to seeing more gorgeous minis hit the table some more. Oh, thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Me too. Yeah. And I'm hoping to, if you guys like these kind of streams, hoping to continue painting on stream as we go through different games. It's been fun to kind of I did it first with Lord of the Rings Spreading War, the expansion, Journeys to Middle-earth Spreading War. I did it first with that campaign where I painted almost everything similar to this on stream. Kind of like worked through it week by week. And then we kind of did the same with this game. There was a few that I painted off stream just because painting all of them on stream would take way too long. And for this game, we did want to kind of get it started. Some of the like the bosses we knew we weren't going to face in the first week, so I knew I could hold off on those. But it's been fun to kind of paint this like weekly with you guys. Has been fun, and then hoping to do that with whatever the next game that comes in. If this is something that you guys like, just kind of having like a weekly night where we can just hang out. You guys can paint on your end, or just, I know some people come in and say they're sleeving cards or unboxing and punching out games, or, something just nice and chill. Oh, Legacy Dungeon Crawler. Don't tease me. Don't tease me. I'd be first in line for something like that. I'm trying to think. Is there anything like that already? A Legacy Dungeon Crawler. I mean, Gloomhaven, kind of, right? Not really Legacy, but kind of. Like, there's secrets. Which is why I love Gloomhaven. I cannot wait for Oathsworn. Those kind of games, because those kind of have that, they kind of give me that same feeling where I'm playing the dungeon crawler, and it's not necessarily the legacy game per se, but it kind of is. I guess my best dungeon crawler legacy would be like Clank Legacy, but because you're going through a dungeon, but it's not exactly what I'm thinking about when I'm thinking about dungeon crawler. But now I'm just rambling. Game line. How much of a difference do you find between the contrast paint set versus the speed paint set? I do not, and I have not ever used the contrast paints. I am interested to try the version 1.5 that are coming out or are out. I thought I saw them at my game store, but it looked like they were still just stocking, like they weren't actually on the shelves yet. They kind of had them off to the side. If that was the new ones, I'm not even 100% sure. So I don't really have any experience. I don't know if someone in the chat might have a little more experience using both. I have seen there's multiple videos online of YouTubers or like big painting channels where they have compared both. And they can maybe give you a better information. But out of the speed paints that I've used, I love them all. Yeah, they definitely speed up my painting, because for me, this is the other thing. I think a lot of like big, huge YouTube channels that are just painting channels, a lot of them do minis that are kind of like display pieces. Yeah, I would say, right? Where for me, I'm just painting to get it to the table to be able to play with it, and like you guys with your games, right? We're just trying to play with these minis. So I'm painting it in a different way. So for me, I'll contrast paint a whole mini and be totally fine with it. Or I mean, speed paint. But, so definitely for me, I will be using them forever now. I love them. They just speed things up, make things easy for me. Yeah, Gloomhaven's close for sure, right? I guess it's like a kind of like a legacy game, like, because you do kind of unveil, open boxes. You do put stickers on cards. We'll call it legacy-ish. Which says, I think Frosthaven will be more legacy-ish. Okay, we'll see. There you go. So the games that I'm like the most excited that are coming are Frosthaven and Oathsworn. So we'll see. Both of which have minis that I will hopefully paint with you guys on stream. I was thinking of Gloomhaven, but I'm not sure. Yeah, I guess it's what your definition of legacy is. What about Kingdom Death Monster? I've never played. Never played Kingdom Death Monster, so I don't know. But I don't know if that's for me. I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Will speed paints replace the regular paints for you? For me? Yes and no. I think there's still a place for the regular paints, depending on what you're painting and, you know, how much time do you want to put into it. So if I get, let's say, Frosthaven. I don't know how many minis are in Frosthaven, so don't quote me on this. But usually in a game, let's say Gloomhaven, or for me, Gloomhaven Jaws of the Lion, right? Where the only minis that are in the game are your characters. Because we're not buying the 500 mini whatever that's coming out on backer kit. Like, I don't need 500 minis for Gloomhaven. So because I'm only painting the minis that are in the base, like in the game, our characters, I would spend a little more time on them, and I would probably use more regular paints, do a lot more highlighting and all of that stuff to make them look really cool, right? We're also playing that game for, I can't even tell you how many hours, like 200 hours. Like, we're putting a ton of time into that game. So a game like that, I would probably really take my time. I would probably paint really nicely with some of the regular paints, maybe use some speed paints in there as well for some spots. But a game like this, where I think there was what, like 62 or 68 minis, I love the speed paints to be able to quickly speed paint and get a couple of minis done in a night or in a stream to be able to play it faster. So I think that's where the speed paints versus the regular paints will kind of fit for me, depending on what I'm painting and how long I have. The other thing too is because we are we stream the games. If I were to take my time, let's say, and do like nice highlighting and all of that, like edge highlighting on everything on 62 minis, it's gonna take me, well, I mean, it already does take me a long time, but it's gonna take me even longer. And then it's gonna take us longer to get to the channel, longer to start playing it. Then the next game, and they kind of just pile up, right? Where then the next game comes, and then those minis are sitting there looking at me. So I don't think they will not fully replace for me, but they are definitely going to be used heavily in these big box games, especially these kind of games. Let's say like Massive Darkness, right? So we're gonna play 8 sessions, which is a lot. That's a lot of hours, right? More than some people might play it. We're gonna play eight sessions. We might play a couple one-offs here and there. We might bring it to a friend's house when, you know, we're having a little get together and play one-offs. But so I'm not spending hours and hours and hours painting them versus, like I said, the Gloomhaven, you know, 6 or 8 minis. I can spend a weekend and paint them up real nice. And not that the speed paints don't make them look nice, it's just a different look. Just a different look, I find. Oh, Pimple says, when I think of Legacy, I always think about ripping up cards and permanently changing the game. Yep, okay, that's true. That's true. So I guess, what would we call secret information? Like in a Gloomhaven where, yes, you're stickering the game, but I mean, technically you could peel those stickers off of the cards, or there is like the reset packs and that. Like, what would we call that? Not necessarily Legacy, just like campaign? But there's like hidden information, or like Oathsworn where there's like hidden boxes. What would we call that? I couldn't physically rip cards in the, okay, yeah, so in Gloomhaven, oh, sorry. I couldn't physically rip cards, but in that case, when I guess Gloomhaven does count. Yeah, so if you're saying like you have to permanently like destroy cards, like a Pandemic Legacy kind of style, then we would say Gloomhaven doesn't count. So I guess it's all, but if you search on BGG, or I guess if you go top legacy games or anything, I think Gloomhaven is considered a legacy game. Last I think I looked. I think so. Again, I guess it's who you ask. Okay. Kind of going back anywhere that I missed. Okay. And then again, I'm just going to take that white paint and just anywhere that I feel like I kind of mess up, I'm just going to fix. Okay, Helen says, I would consider that legacy too. Anything that has secret info or items. Okay, see, and that's kind of how I look at it, but okay, and Locator is answering the question on, because Locator is an amazing painter and definitely been painting longer than me, many years, I believe you said. Says, I like them both. This is for the speed paints and the contrast paints. You have to test each color in both lines to see how they behave because they are different within the same line. So the same color might kind of look differently. How thick and thin the coat should be and the depth of contrast. And also says, I think a quick dry brush enhances the effect of the speed paints, add to the contrast. Okay. I do like a dry brush over the speed paints too. I do like that because it kind of does give just like you said, it enhances that, right? So I think in the past I've done a dry brush over wings and it just enhances it and kind of like on the ends and the tips and that yeah, it just makes it look real good. So I definitely agree with that. So hopefully that answers your question on the speed paints versus contrast paints. Locator, how many years have you been painting? I don't remember if you told me already. Okay. Got a little bit of stuff to clean up just on this side as well. Okay. Kind of what the wings are looking like now. And I really, really like this color now that it's drying. I really like that color. Okay, so our next one is going to be, I don't need this purple anymore. I should put the lid on though. Next color is going to be, you know what? Actually, now that I'm thinking, maybe what I'll do for the next one is this same blood red, but with less of a purple mix in. So it still kind of has that same tinge of purple. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. So it's kind of like, and then then we're going to go into the last layer, which is going to be the red and orange mix. So I'm still going to use a little bit of that purple. We'll just do a little bit less. So maybe I'll do like 3 drops. And we'll see what that looks like. Need a little bit more, I think, because Need a little more red. I think I put a little too much purple, so I'm just trying to get that. Okay. Off and on for like 25 years, but more seriously for like the last 8 years. That is awesome. That's awesome. Those wings look like they are already shaded. Yeah, and this is what I like too, because this is what the contrast paint does. It does fill in, it does shade a little bit. So it's kind of like that 2-in-1 step, which definitely can save you time, so you don't have to necessarily do that on your own. All right, so I'm gonna use this next color on this middle section. And I'm hoping that this is just a little bit lighter than the top color. And I think by putting that on, I can see that that is the case. So that's perfect. That's perfect. I was worried that I had put too much purple. And then for the next layer, I'm going to use a red with a little bit of orange mix. Whoop, that was a big wish. Wish I could take the wings or the half of this mini apart paint it. When I first started painting, I saw the brushes that kind of are straight and then they kind of go up, the kind of like bends up. And I was like, what did people use those for? That's neat. But I definitely see a use for that when you're trying to get up behind things. Look, says, sorry, just catching. You don't have to say sorry. Just catching up on chat. I think legacy games are ones where previous plays of the game influence the game state of future plays. So most campaign games would fit. Okay, so see, then I think and that's what I kind of think, like a game like Gloomhaven or The Coming Frosthaven would be legacy. And I think that's why on Board Game Geek too, it is classified as a legacy game. And I think because dungeon crawlers and legacy games are two of my favorite things, I think that's why those are also some of my favorite games. Why I can't wait for Frosthaven to come. As well as games where the board/card pool are changed. Okay. Okay. Okay, so on this topic, the people that are here live or the people that are watching later can chime in the comments. What is your favorite legacy game? Legacy game? And then what is your favorite, which I guess we can say are like this, where it's like, could be a legacy game, but depends on who you ask. I'd be curious to hear. Also, if there's one that you guys kind of all are like, oh, this one is a really good one. This one's my favorite. This one's my favorite. And I haven't played it yet. I'd be interested to check it out. This is a challenging spot right here. Helen says, I don't play many like that, but I love Jaws of the Lion. Definitely a great game. Definitely. We really enjoyed that game. Very good choice, Ellen. Oh, that was one of the Rabbit Mel made me buy it. Oh, well, I'm glad that you like it. I'd feel bad if you bought a game and then you didn't like it. But that's a decently priced game, right? Where even if you didn't like it, you can kind of pass it on to someone else. It's not like a Gloomhaven price game. It still gives you that same experience. I really enjoyed Jaws of the Lion, actually. I thought that was a lot of fun. Very well done. Okay, that's the front side. And we'll flip over into the back. Okay, with Legacy in the title, Clank Legacy, Euro Style, Charterstone, campaign games, Gloomhaven, family games, boss battle style, Kingdom Death Monster. We'll see after Oathsworn comes. Yeah, Oathsworn probably might make it there too. Okay, so I've played Clank Legacy. Charterstone we've never played. Gloomhaven I played. Boss battle. Oh, boss battle styles, Kingdom Death Monster. We've never played that either. Nice. Clank Legacy was good. That was a very good game. It's a good list. Jaws of the Lion had a great introduction phase to teach the game to new players. I 100% agree. Those first 5 scenarios are amazing. Yeah, it definitely helps to get people to learn the game. Like it's a slow introduction, which is awesome. Oh, Helen said, I watched some of your Gloomhaven and knew it was too much game for me, but I love the concept of Jaws of the Lion was much better fit for me. That's awesome. And see, that's so awesome. That's so awesome. So awesome that you can still get that Gloomhaven experience in like a little bit of a condensed product. A little less intimidating for some, which is awesome. I feel like these wings are taking me longer than they should. I do like the look of this already, though, with the different shades. It will take a while. It's a lot of surface area to cover. Yeah, exactly. It is. It just feels like when you look at it, you're like, oh, this shouldn't take that long. I am also trying to keep it in the lines, I guess, a little bit. I'm not in a rush either, so I think I'm just taking my time. That same concept of like, I really want a boss to look awesome, like from above when it's on the table and we're all kind of like all our characters are around it. Have I painted the menhirs in Tainted Grail? No, they had the sun drop effect on them, so we did not touch those. It looked pretty cool. Beatles, hello, how are you doing today? Greg, how's it going? Okay, so far so good. So now I'm going to do, again, because we're going opposite on the bottom wing, so I'm going to do the next level up in this same color. Do okay. Doing well, says Beatles. Thank you. Painting looks great. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Glad you're doing well. Glad you're doing well. This is a funny question. Have you ever had a game that you had to talk Rob into buying slash backing that you both ended up enjoying? Let me think on this for a minute. So I think, as I said before, the zombicides were in the beginning when we first started getting into the hobby. I loved, and as soon as a new one came out on Kickstarter, I was like, we need to back it. And we did until we had enough with the game. But that would not fall under that category because Rob didn't really like love those games. I think he just loved that I loved it. Um, hmm. I don't think there's ever been a game that I had to talk him into backing. We kind of just, if a game comes out or comes, onto Kickstarter, or there's like some chatter about it on social media, or like, discussions, or comes up in chat on when we're streaming or something, we kind of just sit down, we look at it, we kind of think, we kind of have some criteria on, if how many plays, like, will other people want to play with us? Is it just he and I that's playing? We kind of just kind of talk about it. But there's never really been a situation where I've said, like, we must back this. He was kind of hesitant, and then it ended up being a great game that he loved. So I'm gonna go one more up here with this one. So I don't think we have. How about the other way around? Hmm. How about the other way around? I don't know necessarily that he had to talk me into, but maybe a game that I didn't think I would be interested in. That's probably happened. So, like, for example, um, we have Dark Souls board game. And at the time, when that was like many, many years ago when we backed that, and Rob loved the video games, and we were like, he just like thought it was going to be a great game. Like, oh, this is a reimplementation of like one of his favorite games. So he's like, he backed it. Obviously, I didn't say no. I just didn't think it would be for me. But again, it had the dungeon crawling, so okay, maybe. But then I really enjoyed that game. Like, I thought it was a really good game. And there's some tweaks that you need to make, like to house rule it and stuff. But I think there's probably more examples of that, where a game that he thought he might play by himself, or maybe just like he and Kyle. And then when I see it, kind of like, actually, Sword and Sorcery would probably be one of them. I think he initially picked that up. We didn't back it or anything, but picked that up thinking that was going to be a game he would play solo when I was working. And when he kind of, pulled it out, sets it up like in his little area where he plays before playing them on stream, I'm kind of looking at it, seeing it looks really cool. And then he was like kind of explaining it to me after he read the rules. And then I think even in that one, he was like, okay, well, let's kind of like learn it together, like help him learn it and play a couple together before he streamed it. And I think I played like one game and was like, this game is for me and I want to play it with you. So I think there's been more situations of that happening than anything else. I think, yeah. But never really where we have to like convince each other to back. We're usually kind of on the same page, or we might seem like we're interested. Then we kind of do a little bit more research, and then we both are kind of like, no, we're fine. We don't need that game. Why did I do that one? Those are great questions. Oh, Ninja, you're so right, but hopefully that's not the case. It says, and then with such a big and beautifully painted mini, the boss fight will last 30 seconds. I hope not. I hope not. But you do usually only see them like in one scenario. And at the very end, you are kind of right about that. Okay. Oh, I gotta do this side. You guys are bringing up some awesome topics and questions tonight. We can do all that top piece in the next color, so yeah. What I do like about huge minis like this is that you can work in sections of them, and by the time you get back to the other side or the other section, it's dry because they're so big. By the time I go to do the top of this side again, it's already dry, which is great because when you're using the speed paints, you kind of want where two speed paints are kind of going to connect, you want them to be dry so that they're not bleeding together. So having a mini that's this big is very good in that case. We're not going to have any bleeding of the paints. All right. I think we're going to go on to our last wing color, which is going to be the fire orange and the blood red mixed together. Looks like it's almost a more of an orange than a red. So we'll add a little bit more of the orange. Just gonna add 2 drops of red to start, and then we will add more if it is not color that we want. But I want this to be more orange, a nice bright orange color. Let's see what this is gonna look like. Yeah, I think that's good. Okay. And then we're gonna just fill in all the rest of the wings in this color. I'll hold it up in 1 sec so you guys can kind of see what that's gonna look like. So more of an orange than a red. And now I didn't fix any of the red from the previous layer. So I think we'll be okay. I think it'll cover it okay. If it doesn't, I can fix it later, but just one less step if I don't need to do it. Probably didn't need to do it on the other one then. And again, I'm going to try my best to get under here. Tight squeeze in here. I'll fix anywhere where I make a mistake. I just got to try to move this around in here and fill in all these spots. Hard. Okay, I think that's good. I'm just going to fix that. I'm just going to use water to get rid of that little mark. And then I can put some white over it after it dries. Okay. I like the look of these wings so far. I want this orange to dry a little bit so I get a better of an idea, but so far I'm happy with that. Okay. Hold on for a second, try to get under. All right, this is coming along. And just do the top of this side. Okay. A little bit easier to do the wings on the back since there is not a lot of stuff in the way like there is in the front. That one is huge. Yes, this one is huge. If I hold it like this, it's the whole screen. This one is huge. But it's cool looking, I think. I think these colors are going together very well as well. Yeah, I think it looks awesome. I think it kind of also looks very similar to the art that I'm using as inspiration. So that's good. I just see, where am I seeing it? Right here. Little spots where I can see. There we go. Yeah, I think these colors look awesome together. Yeah, it looks very much like the art as well that I'm trying to mimic. So that's awesome. Need to make more of this color, but I'm just going to try to, if I can, at least finish this side. So if it's not mixed 100% correctly, at least it'll be harder to notice if it's on the other opposite side. Ralph, morning. Morning, everyone. Today on leave so I can watch live. Welcome, welcome. Glad you're here. Good morning. It's 8:16 for me, p.m. So not morning, but evening painting. Nice scheme of red. Yes, thank you, thank you. Yeah, what we did was we used the blood red and we just kind of mixed some purple into the top and then a little less purple. But then the bottom, we wanted more of an orange look. So it's just the red with the orange mix. And I think it looks awesome. Colton, thank you for subscribing. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Okay, I'm just gonna make a little bit more of this. I need to do the backside of both of these. So again, I'm just gonna use the orange with 2 drops of red. Oh, 8:17 a.m. here. Okay. Nice. Good morning. That's probably enough. I'm actually gonna do 1 drop because I think I'm doing a little less. I think 2 went in, but that's I'm doing a little bit less paint than the first time, so. That is, I'm just kind of like running it up the side and I can see that it's more red than I want. So I'm just going to add a little more orange to it. And again, it may not be exactly the same because that's the problem when you mix them, but it'll be on the other side. So it'll be harder to notice. I just didn't want it to be on the same side. Oh, pretty close. Pretty close. Okay. Once I'm done with this, I'll kind of look like we can see there's a couple white spots underneath that I'll try to touch up. I have all of the paints here, so. we'll be able to fix those up. So if you see any white spots, clean those up in a minute. I'm just gonna do the bottom wings. Very hard to see under here. We'll do the best we can. Okay. Now while I have all of these 3 paints, I'm just gonna do a little bit of touching up wherever we need to. So that we don't see the white. It adds a step, but some folks keep a painting journal of a little pad of paper to jot down the color recipes when you're mixing, i.e. 4 drops of, oh yeah, 4 drops of red, 2 drops of orange, etc. Yeah, that's a great idea. I don't do that, but that is a smart idea. That's a great idea too if you're going to paint maybe over multiple days. And like yeah, if you like a color, like I really like this color here with the red mixed with the purple. I think I can use that going forward, right? Because it's not super bright, but it would look good on maybe like a cape or something for some sort of fantasy character. But yeah, so that's a great idea. I guess I just have to go back and watch my stream and like note those down. I've thought about that too, even for adding like notes to the description of the colors that I used or the colors that I mixed together. I don't know if that's helpful for people, but all right. Okay, might not be perfect, but I think those are starting to look good. Okay, next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to do the fur that's all around the face. So it looks like it's like a super dark brown or like a gray, almost like a black maybe even. I'm just going to pull this up one more time. We can look at, or maybe not one more time, I might do it again, but just have an idea of what we're kind of working from. So again, I think I got the wings pretty close to the art here. So I'm looking at the face, looking almost like a very, very dark brown, but I don't think I have a brown that would be like that dark, dark brown. I think I'm gonna go with, black. I think it'll make it pop too with the red, and then I'm gonna do the bone on the horns. So maybe we'll go with a grim black. Hmm. I can find it. There we go. We'll use the grim black. I don't need these reds or oranges anymore. Okay, I'm gonna go back to the number 1 brush for the face. I'm gonna do the whole face because it looks like the entire face is this color. As well as a little bit of the fur around the elbows. We'll do the same color. I think. Okay, I think that's good for the face. And then I'm just going to do a little bit around the elbows where the fur is. Okay, awesome. Okay, I'm thinking now I'm going to start thinking about the tail area. So I'm thinking that all of the sides with the scales, I'm going to do in a green. I'm going to use this green. I've never used it before. Use this one. I'm just kind of looking at the different greens that I have. I think a green like this will be too dark. I have like camo cloak, but I'm thinking that might be too like military-ish. This one's way too bright. That's not what I'm looking for. Maybe I try this one. Malignant green. I've never used this one before, and I'm also looking at orc skin, but I think again that might be too much. I've used this color before. I don't think this is what I'm looking for. This one might be good because it kind of has that like yellowish undertone, but again, I've never used this one, so let's put a little bit on. I want to see what this is going to look like. This one I have to mix because it's very much separated. So, Helen, thank you, thank you. Looking awesome. Yeah, I'm so far I'm very happy with the way it's turning out. We'll see once we start doing the tail if hopefully I can do something cool on that one. I'm looking and it almost looks like I could do maybe like a greenish on the top and maybe a little bit more yellow on all of the underside. So maybe even I mix a little bit of yellow with this green. Just doing it down here so you guys don't hear that. Okay. I'm going to see what this is going to look like. And I'm just going to do right here for a minute, and then we'll see if this is kind of a color that we're looking for, or if, oh, I think this is exactly what I want. Kind of like a greenish yellow. Yeah. This is exactly what I'm looking for. Okay. Now, I just very quickly, I'm going to go run and change my water because now my water has turned into like what looks like red Kool-Aid. I don't want to start mixing this red color into my green. So I'm just going to really quickly run, grab a new cup of water. And I'm also going to grab a second one so that we can start using those color shifts and I can start, because we have to do it in probably like 3 thin coats. I can start to do that as well once I have a second little cup. So I will be right back. Okay, I am back. Thank you. I now have fresh water. I have a second one, so we'll use this one when we are using our color shifts. And this has started to dry a little bit, and I am liking this. Andre agrees, says, I think the green looks good. That's awesome. I think it looks good as well. And then what I can even do is maybe put a little bit of yellow in it for the underside. So it can be a little bit more of a yellowish green. All right. So I just wanted to test that out. Let's do, because I do want to do a couple coats. So let's actually do our first coat of this color shift. So this is Burning Gold. Shake that up real good. So it says that we want to apply a couple thin coats, and we're just putting this over the black that we painted here. And again, I'm not sure what this is going to look like. So this is kind of my test of this. Let me get, I also don't know if these are going to mess up brushes, so I'm just going to get a couple brushes over to the side that I have that are on their way out. So this is just a 2-0, but it's one of my brushes that's kind of on its last legs. So it just says something three-ish, a couple thin coats. So this first one may not really even do much, but we'll just do a nice thin coat over this, and then we'll keep applying until it has the desired effect. I can already see that I'm gonna like it. I think it's gonna reflect nicely and cause a nice shine, which will be cool for on camera. And this is supposed to kind of shift colors depending on how you're looking at it. So this one is kind of a shift from like a red, yellow, kind of what it's hopefully gonna look like. I think I can see it already. That's kind of our first thin coat. And I'm just gonna do the same thing on the handle because we're gonna do the same Same thing here. And again, this part is not gonna likely match the art reference that we're using, but I really just wanted to try these out. And again, I'm seeing that it'll give like a nice shine or add to this mini. So more coats should enhance the shift. Okay. Your lighting and angle of looking at it impacts what you see as well. Okay, yeah, I can see like as I tilt it, like up here to my eyes, which is hard to see, it's kind of like the red, which is probably also from the red uh, coming off of the wings. And it looks more yellow on this side versus like if I kind of hold it like this, you can almost see this is more of like a red copper on this side versus the yellow, which is very, very neat. Okay, so we'll do a couple more thin coats on that, which will also cover. So as I look at it, you can still you can definitely still see the black through. Oh, as I hold it up like this, you can definitely see the shift in the colors as we look at it from the yellow, almost like greenish. So we'll do another coat on that in a little bit after that dries. So sorry, we're gonna go back while we're waiting to do that. We're gonna go back and we're gonna use this malignant green, add a little more, and we're gonna do all of the top side of the tail. I'm gonna need quite a bit of that. Because after this is dried a little more, I do like that color. Actually, just making sure I got all that red out of the brush. I'm gonna also use that same color all up in the back as well. Yeah, it almost looks like bronze, doesn't it? Or like almost like a copper, which is still cool because on the image it's gold. So again, I don't need to follow it exactly, but it's cool that it might like stand out. Oh, I'm looking at this now. It almost looks like that should have been red. Hmm. Maybe I'll see if I can fix that. It almost looks like that should have been actually been feather as well. Good evening, Dragon. How are you doing? Yes, it's a large model. This is the last boss that I have to paint. Big one. But it's been fun. I'm just gonna hold it upside down for 1 second. There's even like legs inside. Crazy. I am gonna fix those feathers because I think it's gonna bug me. But what I think I can either do, there's two options. I can either paint over them with white, or to make them like a slightly different color than the three that we already have. I can even leave that as is because you can use the speed paints over any color, and I could put the red orange mix over that, which will change the look. Like they won't be this color, they'll be a little bit darker because it's over top of this like green versus if it's over top of white, which you could technically prime in like necrotic flesh or something that's kind of like a greenish color and still use the speed paint. So I think I might just do that because uh, I think I want to fix that. It's like missing a game rule. Got to restart it, reprime it. No, 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 no. Only because I didn't even realize that that was not the part of the scales. I should like it didn't look like scales. I was painting and then like, wait, this is not what it is. But it's all good. I can easily fix it. Hard to get around all these legs. And then these wings look like they're going to be the similar color to what I'm going to paint this part. So we'll leave those. This mini was made for this style of paint, feathers and scales. I 100% agree. I 100% agree. It's like the perfect mini to show off speed paints. Yeah, mini like this or an animal. Those are what I think are perfect for speed paints. It's got like fur, scales, feathers. Yeah. I like this green. I'd never used it before today. I keep touching the wings. All right, we almost have the whole tail done. Almost. Okay, I'm just gonna quickly peek around and see if I missed anywhere. Got all like the inside angles. And I just touch something right there. Okay, I think that's good. So what I'll do, I keep touching, I gotta put it down. Okay. What I'm gonna do is just to fix those feathers, I'm just going to take that mixture that I already have, which was the last one of just the red and orange mix. And I'm just gonna put that right over top of this. It's okay, it'll make the color look a little bit different than these ones. My brush can barely fit in here. And it's almost gonna just look a little bit more yellow, which is fine. Andre says, wow, you have great skills. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. I like to just trial and error things. If I make a mistake, okay. Okay, we have now fixed all of that. And I'm just gonna bring that around through the feathers that are in the front here. And I'm going to paint this chain later so I can easily fix where I have messed up. Okay, so now we've brought those feathers all the way around. I'm going to give that a second to dry. I'm going to go back and do a second coat on our uh, color shift that we're doing here. So this will be coat number 2. Okay, and then I'm going to do the same thing on the sword. And you can already see how we can almost not see the black through anymore. You can definitely see how, based on the angle that it is a different color. It almost goes from a yellow to a green to a red based on where it is sitting or where the light is pointing, which is awesome. I'm gonna let this tail dry just a little bit longer before I start doing the inside because I don't want any of the color to bleed together. So while that's drying, I'm just going to take, this pallid bone and I'm going to do all of the horns and the horn on this one as well. Yeah, look, so I agree. Even just like the second coat really changed the way it looks. I really like it. I think one more coat and you almost won't be able to, like, you can see a little bit, like here, you can see there's a little bit of black peeking through, which is the undercoat. So just, I think one more coat and I think that will clean all that up. And then again, all around the sides, like of the mouth and that, I'm going to clean up when I do the inside of the mouth. So I'm not too worried about that yet. And again, these color shifts are not going to work for every game that I paint. I just really wanted to try them out. And when I saw that this had the gold on the chest, I was like, okay, this seems like a good spot. I'm going to try. Taking creative liberty with my minis. I'm just going to do the same color here. Okay. Just giving that one more minute to dry. I'm just going to do this part right here. So it looks like this part is almost like a green. And I think for this one, I'll use the camel cloak for this one. It almost looks like it's that color green with these little diamonds enhanced afterwards. I'm just doing all these little bits while I'm waiting for, use a smaller brush, while I'm waiting for this tail to fully dry. Okay. Sometimes when I look up at the screen, I can see things that I couldn't see before. And then I'm also going to use shining silver, and I'm just going to use that on the blade, the sword here. Oops. Okay. And I'm going to do the same silver just around this, not really a bracelet, but the bangle that's around the arm here. And it looks like this little area here beside the face, it looks like it's the same color as the fur that we used. So I have the Grim Black still in my pot here. I'm just going to take that. I'm also just going to do a quick little touch up here. Okay, and then do that in the same color. Okay, starting to come together. I think this tail is pretty much dry as well, so move on to the next step of that next. Okay, and then just back side as well. It's going to be harder to get in, but you get a little more of that paint. I'm trying really hard not to get it on the wings. We don't get black on the wings. Okay. That's good. Okay, we're going to move on to the inside scales of the tail, which I'm going to use this same green, but I'm going to mix in a little bit of yellow to it because it looks like it's a little bit more of a yellowy green. So I'm going to mix those two together. For this, I'm going to do maybe like a 50-50. We'll see what that looks like. Okay. We're going to test it right here. This is probably do a little bit so we can see. Yeah, I like that. It kind of has that yellow but the green undertone to it. So I think that's good. Okay, so we're just going to put this all on the inside. I'm actually going to paint it the opposite way. It should be easier to get underneath all of these scales. I'll have to clean up that foot. Some of this is hard to get under, so I'm not going to do it 100% perfect, but nobody is going to be looking under there, so it's all good. Making a mess all over the bottom. And again, these wings are the same color as we're painting now, so I should paint those up. This tail is a challenge. Okay, I'm just gonna make a little bit more of this, and we did 50-50. I just did 3 and 3 this time. I think that might be enough. Where is I? Okay, and then just do the side wing. Yeah. Okay. I'm just going to grab a little bit more of the green just by itself and just touch up a few areas that I was seeing as I was going through. that I missed? There's just a couple of the edges as I was going through. Okay, I'm just going to kind of spin it around up here. Sometimes it's easier to see. That's a leg, so that's fine. The leg back there. A couple little spots that okay. Yeah, it's good enough. All right. I'm going to do one more pass with the color shift, the burning gold on the face, which I think will be good after that. Just out for some lunch. Can't wait to see the finished result. We're getting closer. It's coming along. We have to do just a few more details in the front here and the legs. Oh, I missed this section there. We gotta fix that. Yeah, it's coming along. And then just the inside of the mouth here we'll have to finish up. Okay. I'm just going to go back and finish that little spot under there that I missed completely. Okay, that's better. All right, just gonna let that dry for a quick second. I'm gonna do this chain that we have going on, which is just a brown. And for that, I'm going to use dark wood. That'll cover any of my mistakes that I made as well without having to clean that up. Okay, and then this chain is just gonna go around the back. There's a chain or the strap going around. Okay, so I think we just have legs and this face. What I'm gonna do, actually, I have an idea. So for the inside of the face, I'm gonna use this palette bone. I'm gonna go all on the inside. After this dries, I'm just going to take a white and then just highlight just the teeth because it looks like it has a darker, almost not necessarily like pink or anything, but it looks like it's like brown or darker inside. So I'm going to just do, I think I had this one out, but I don't remember where. So, oh, right here. Just add a little more. And I'll just put that all on the inside of the mouth. Maybe I'll actually take something like an off-white or a cream color for the teeth. But this will kind of highlight in between using this first. And just peeking around. So it looks like we just have legs left. So the legs look like they're the same color as the arms with these little spikes being darker. So I think what I'm going to do first is I'm just going to clean up those bottom feet because if we want the feet the same color as the arms and body, then we're going to have some crazy looking spotted feet if I leave them like that. I'm just going to take this matte white and I'm just going to do a quick cleanup so that we'll be able to go over them with the gray. Okay. Just clean. Okay. So I'm going to use that holy white, that's the same color that we used for the skin, and I'm going to do all of the, I guess, the little leg muscles in this color. And then I'm going to take, I don't know, something darker, maybe the gray or the grim black, and we'll do all of the ends. With that. Okay. I'm just leaving the actual feet part just for a minute because I just put that white on it. So I'm just kind of gonna leave that for a minute and come back to that. These ones here are just like little nubs. I'm just gonna do them the same color as the skin. Whole legs under here. Do those feet now. Okay. I'm gonna use the Grim Black. I already have it in my well, and I'll do that on all of the ends. Okay, and then do the same thing on the other side. And put tiny, break the mini, tiny bit more of this black. Miguel, thank you for subscribing. Welcome. Okay. The other thing I think I might change is these little nubs inside. I think I'm going to do them the dark color instead so they stand out and pop out a little more. Yeah, I think that pops a little bit more than just the gray. Okay. I'm just going to go over just slightly where I should have actually, it's my fault. I should have taken the white and kind of cleaned up some of the areas in here, but I'm just going to go over one more time and see if I can. There we go. That's fixed up better. There was one other spot. I think on the foot. Okay. And then just as I kind of go around and just fix things that I missed the first time. Okay. And then we're going to put red inside these eyes. So I'm just actually going to use the red that I have. And fill those in. Oh, that was smart. Me. I'm going to fix where I just touched the legs. Oh, we got a couple little of the nubs under here, so we'll do that. Okay. I think the only thing that's left, I'm just kind of taking a quick glance. I'm looking at it a little bit bigger on the screen. Is the teeth. We're going to clean those up. Okay. I'm just going to fix that little yellow. On the inside, it's hard to get in there, but we'll see what we can do here. Okay. Okay. What I'm going to do now, I'm going to actually use off-white. I'm not going to use white. Let's use, oh, here. Let's use this one here, Corpse Pale. And I'm just going to highlight each of the teeth quickly. Okay. And I think last thing is just all these little diamonds on our, like just like little accents. And for those, I'm going to use a little bit of greedy gold just for a little bit of pop. Beatles, thank you so much. Says, just when you think you've reached your peak, Mel, you knock it out of the park again. Thank you so much. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, this one looks cool, this mini. It's gonna be an epic boss fight when we fight this guy. Okay, so we just added a little bit of gold touch-ups. And I think the last thing we can do is paint the base. What I'll do is I'll kind of give a little bit of a up close spin because it's on here. Once I do the base, it's harder to hold it up. So let me see here what's going on with this little mark. I don't know what happened there, but that's fine. Doesn't have to be perfect, I guess. Okay. This is what we were able to do. And then I'll just show it as well what we were going for. So this is kind of what we were going for. I think we did pretty close, if you ask me. I think so. And then we'll just do a base. We should be good to go. I like the color shift as well. You can see the shift. I hope that pops on camera too when we're playing. All right. So for the bases for all of these minis, I've just used matte black. Okay. I'm going to go between two brushes, I think, on this. I'm going to use the bigger one and try to get all in there, but then I might use the smaller one just around some of the feet and scales at the bottom there. It's not going to be fun. I'm just trying to slide the brush under as best I can. Tried to make the brush flat so that I can slide it under without it painting the mini. I'm just painting the base. This is when it would be nice to be able to take the whole mini off of the base and then attach it back on again. Need a little more of that. Actually, looking at it with the black base definitely looks better. Good. No HP bonus for the boss. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. No 5 points for this boss. He is all painted. His foot is a little bit off the base, so I can just barely slide the brush under. I'm just trying to get in this one tiny spot. There we go. I think I got, okay. And then we'll just go around, clean it all up. We have our boss ready for battle. The only thing I'm going to fix, just because I want to, is when we last put up the image, it just looked like this one ring was silver. So I'm just going to fix that right in here. And just a little more detail, a little more pop, that will stand out. There. Beatles, thank you so much. Awesome. So that is our painted mini. We did it. We did it. I'm going to fix. No, that's the right color. A little bit that I see there. We did it. We painted this boss from start to finish. We have now actually painted all of the minis in Massive Darkness 2, Core Box, and Heavenfall expansion. That's exciting. That's very exciting. Thank you so much to everyone that hung out with me tonight, as well as all the other videos where we painted through this series. This has been a lot of fun. Learned lots of tips, tried a few new things, which is always a fun thing when painting. So that's awesome. Thank you so much to everybody that chatted, that gave me tips and tricks or little comments, helped out with colors or suggestions throughout this series. It's been a lot of fun. It's always fun going through kind of a whole series of characters, minions, bosses, all of that, all on stream. So that's cool. Not sure what the next game I'm going to paint is yet. I have to look. I don't think I really have anything currently. I have to look and see. So right now there's no more paint streams scheduled, but we'll look at what's next and go from there. I definitely know that when Oathsworn comes, we're going to be doing a bunch of painting with that. In the meantime, I'm not sure yet what I'm going to do. So stay tuned. More paint streams will come. If you want to be notified when we do go live, make sure you subscribe and hit that notification button. That will let you know when we do more painting streams. Thank you so much to all of our YouTube members and our Patreons for supporting the channel. You guys are awesome. Thank you. Thank you. I think that's it for me. I appreciate you guys again for hanging out with me and just chatting, having some fun tonight. Yeah, and we will figure out what's next, and I will let you know in the next one. Anyways, thanks so much, guys. Have a good night. Bye-bye.